Please welcome to the stage Marcus Lang, partner at Speed Invest.
Wow, good morning. I have to say I am honestly deeply surprised. When I saw that I have the 9 a.m. slot on the second day, I was like, okay, I will talk to myself and this will be fun. But this room is actually full. They say entrepreneurs have to be dedicated and get up early and work late, and it seems you do. I am honestly surprised that this room is full. That's even better. Hi, and thanks for joining. I'm Marcus. I'm a partner with Speed Invest. Just like 3 sentences of introduction so that you know who is talking to you. I have spent the last 15, 16 years in the startup ecosystem. The first 5 years as a founder. Could be a different talk. All the learnings from there, and the last decade at Speed Invest. We are a seed fund. We invest into early stage software companies across Europe. We started off a bit over a decade ago as a very small 10 million micro fund in Vienna, Austria, of all places. And over time grew a bit. Are investing out of our 4th fund generation, roughly 1.5 billion in AUM, 300 companies, and I run our SaaS team. And I was asked to package the small question of how to scale from 0 to 100 people into 15 minutes with 15 minutes of Q&A. So I hope we can touch some aspects, and then I have to rely on you and your questions so that we unpack that topic together. In any case, it'd be highly tactical, and my personal 10 biggest learnings from the last 15 years, and then you can tell me whether you agree or disagree. Maybe as a start, I don't want to bore you with theory, just that we talk about the same thing, right? There's 700 definitions of what is the startup life cycle and how does it look. How I personally look at this, there's this point in time where you have an idea that's -2, right? And then you start working on that idea that's -1. And more often than not, you go back and forth between -2 and -1, because you have that idea, then you Google it, and then you learn, fuck, that already exists, right? Or you have that idea, then you talk to friends, and they tell you, I wouldn't pay for this. And you go back from -2 to -1 all the time, because you have an idea. You learn, okay, it's maybe not the best idea, or it can't be turned into a product quickly, and then you go back to -2. But then there's this one idea, right, that keeps you awake at night, where you talk to people about your idea, where you start working on a first early MVP, and it feels good, and first 3 people sign up, and there might be even an alpha customer, right? And then at one point in time, there's this point of commitment, right? If you're a university student, you decide not to go to McKinsey, but to start your company, or you quit your previous job. That's the point in time where stuff is getting serious, right? And again, there's books about this, and there's probably professors that would heavily disagree with me, but how I see it very straightforwardly, first step is to build an MVP, second step is to find product market fit, third step is to scale. Right? And more or less that translates to the first 3 rounds of funding, pre-seed, seed, and Series A. MVP, you want to build something that fulfills the core task, right? If you were to build a car, the MVP of your car drives from A to B. It might look ugly, there might not be, I don't know, air condition, maybe not even a window shield, but it drives from A to B. You have found product market fit if you have people that want to pay for your car, because it also looks nice and the price is in order, and you can compete on the market, and you can scale if you have the ability to produce thousands or 10,000s of this car. And when this translates into funding rounds, I'd say the headline for a pre-seed round could be, okay, this might work. For a seed round could be, okay, think we found something. And for a Series A, okay, seems to work. Let's scale it, right? And those valuation numbers and capital needs are obviously ballparks. All of you have read about 20 million pre-seed rounds and 164 million seed rounds. Of course, exceptions prove the rule. But I'd say, you raised a pre-seed round. $1 million, $1.5 million, maybe 2. You have a stellar team. You have a big vision and a basic technology, right? You raise that first round on your vision because everything else is not proven. 12 to 18 months later, you raise a seed round. You have 20, 30 K in monthly revenue. You have a first proof of concept for your product. You have a thesis on your business model. You have a thesis on your go-to-market. But your business model is not proven at scale. There are usually no meaningful revenues. And another 12 to 18 months later, you raise that Series A, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, right? There's a large variety when it comes to Series A rounds. But latest with the A, it's mostly about metrics, right? I think that's one of the shifts, and we'll talk about this in a second. We've seen between 2021 and now that people started to care about metrics earlier. In 2021, we had Series A's and B's where investors did not look a lot into metrics, and for some that worked out fine, and for others that backfired. That has changed dramatically, and from the seed round onwards, people care about metrics. But let's face it, at any point of the cycle, but especially right now, scaling a company is damn hard, right? On average, 1 in 5 companies that raises a first round of funding raises a Series A. There's different numbers out there. Some funds claim that they have a graduation rate of 50 or 60%, which is basically their promise that if you work with a good seed fund, they will increase their odds, your odds to raise a Series A. But overall, globally, I think that's US data though, but I'd be surprised if it looks very different in Europe. One out of 5 companies that has raised some external funding raises a Series A, right? So building that company is hard. Now, what I've tried to do is to come up with 10 rules or 10 guiding principles that I'd suggest or I'd advise you to follow if you want to increase those odds of scaling the company to 100 people. And I have to say something up front. All of those rules or all of those ideas will look very much like fortune cookie wisdom, but the reality is, and the tricky part is to stick to it in business. When I ran my own company, right, I was aware that I should spend a lot of time on hiring and that the first hires are key. But the reality is, if you have 642 tasks on your plate, it's super hard to stick to that. So I have to disappoint you. You probably won't learn a lot of new stuff that you haven't considered. Think of it as a idea of how to prioritize your time as an entrepreneur, as a founder, because that's just simply what I've seen personally from 40, 45 seed investments that I did personally, and roughly 300 we did as a fund. 3 categories: team, business, and fundraising. Let's kick it off. Team. Layout should look slightly different, but I guess you get the gist of it. 4 pieces of advice when it comes to hiring. Number 1, I already said this: spend more time on hiring than you likely want to. It's very obvious. Everybody will tell you it's all about the people and people and people. And then once you maybe raised your first round of funding, maybe you're in the position to hire the first couple of people, many other things will sound more urgent. And it's very hard to take the time to spend a couple of hours with key candidates, to do proper references, to have your co-founders meet them, to go out for dinner, to spend time. Again, it sounds like a very obvious piece of advice, but I'd say in 1 out of 2 cases, in half the cases, founders don't take the time and then learn after 3 to 6 months that this hire does not work out. Which brings me to the second piece of advice. Again, not something that is new, something that you've heard 469 times. The key is that you execute on it. hire slow, take the time, make sure that, with key hires, you have multiple touch points, that multiple people on your team get to know them, but fire fast. I've never had a single instance in my life as a founder, and I've probably seen it once in 40, 50 cases, that a key hire where people were skeptical in the beginning turned out great. And in 90% of the cases, after 6 months, after 9 months, when finally the decision was taken, the number one feedback was, fuck, we should have done this 6 months ago. That cost us a lot of time. Again, that's not something new I'm telling you here, but when you're running a business full steam ahead, you've just invested a lot of time to hire that person, to onboard that person. It's very easy to delay that decision, to wait another couple of months. I can guarantee you, or almost guarantee you, you will regret it. Number 3, also very, very obvious, but everybody talks about culture, and the reality is that 80% of your culture comes from your 10 first hires, right? Yes, of course, your founder DNA goes so far, right? And if you make your values and your desired culture very explicit in the beginning, that helps. But once you reach 10, 15, 20 people, it's not all about you. It's about the people you've hired. So I would never compromise and hire somebody who might be a good fit from a skill set perspective, but not from a culture perspective. Again, I think in 9 out of 10 cases, this does not work out. It works out once you are a company of 300, 400, 500 people. If you really have a handful of true experts that might not be 100% aligned with your culture, I think that's fine. An organization can swallow that. But in the beginning, that's almost impossible. And it leads to churn. It leads to lower employee satisfaction. And I would never, for the first, until the Series A, I would advise you to never hire anyone where you're not 100% certain of the cultural fit. And then number 4, everybody talks about processes. I think they are important. There is a too early from my perspective. I've worked with pre-seed founders that had very elaborate performance management tools in place for a company with 7 people. That doesn't make too much sense because in the beginning everybody does everything left and right, and it just creates additional overhead to measure the performance through standardized processes, and you need to fill out stuff and you need to track stuff. But there is a point in time, I'd say it starts with 10, 15 people, and then towards Series A territory, when you're usually 20, 25, 30 people, it's important to introduce very lean performance management measures. I would not make people document everything. But the few processes that you introduce and the few performance management feedback measures that you introduce, you have to stick to them. That's a bit of a trap, I feel, right? Because founders then feel obliged to introduce something, but then if they don't like it and they don't use the tool, then nobody else in the organization will use the tool. So whenever you think of introducing something, be it, I don't know, a feedback tool, a performance management tool, OKRs, I don't know what, right? You need to feel comfortable with the tool, because if you don't feel comfortable, I just had one case within our own organization where we introduced something, parts of the partnership did not like. Reality is, after a year, we killed it, because if the people on top of the organization don't use the tool, why would your team members do? A few comments on team. 3 on business. Number 1, not all revenue is created equal, right? Of course, in the beginning, it's a very wise idea to get to paying customers almost no matter what. And it's perfectly fine to have a discounted deal in the beginning. It's perfectly fine to maybe have a service customer as your first deal. But you need to hold yourself accountable, and you need to be honest amongst yourselves, amongst your co-founders, that different types of revenues mean different things. If you sell a POC to an innovation department. It might be exactly within the OKRs to close 5 POCs with innovative startups a year. That's cool. You know, great things can happen from there, but just because you've signed 10K to the innovation team at a large corporate, that doesn't mean that you're a preferred vendor and this enterprise contract will happen, right? If you have gone through procurement and have convinced the product team, that's obviously a great sign. If they are willing to sign long-term contracts, that's obviously a great sign. If they are willing to sign contracts with recurring revenue versus one-off revenue, that's obviously a great sign. I'm not saying that you should always stick to your desired business model. I think especially in the beginning, especially in enterprise, you need to be creative and accommodate your customers to get them on board and get them hooked and get them motivated. So be creative, but at the same time, when you look at it internally and you assess your performance and you assess where you stand, split up revenues and really keep in mind that different types of deals mean a different standing within your customers and should trigger different next steps. We did a blog post on that. I've linked it on the final slides. I just think we don't have enough time to go into detail. Number 6, I think the most used word in venture capital over the last 2 years, burn multiple. We can debate it for hours. Reality is right now, I think burn multiple, i.e. net burn in a given period divided by new ARR in a given period is your friend, is the North Star metric to balance growth and efficiency, right? Basically tells you if you sign up 500,000 in customers over a quarter, it's totally fine if you spend 500,000 or even 700, 800K in the early days of your companies in that quarter. It gets tricky if you sign up only 200K in revenues but spend $1 million. Reality is, and fundraising is the next slide, that from seed onwards, but latest from Series A, burn multiple and efficient growth has become the number 1 metric for growth stage funds across the globe. So if you have not, if you don't lead by this number from the very early days and keep burn under control from the very early days, you'll have a tough time fundraising. I know that was very different 2 years ago, and everybody only cared about growth, but that has changed, and we do pre-seed and seed rounds, and even in cases where our pre-seed companies raise seed rounds, companies with 20, 30K monthly recurring revenues, so far away from scale-ups, funds look at burn, look at efficiency. That's just the new gold standard. And number 7, try to lead with data. I can tell you from my own company, right? We were growing 30% month over month, and everything looked amazing, and we were so hyped up and thought, okay, we built the next unicorn out there. And then when you start to crunch the numbers, and when we started to look into the details, we basically saw that yes, revenues grew 30% last month, but our acquisition costs went up 40% last month, which basically made us a charity but not a business, and we had to pivot 180 degrees, otherwise that would not have worked. And I know this sounds very trivial, but honestly, we didn't see it for 2 or 3 months, because you sign up customers, you're growing, you're like, yes, in the early days you burn money, you don't see it because you have a mix of different acquisition strategies, right? And it really took us a 3-day offsite to crunch numbers for a couple of hours to really understand this looks healthy, but it's actually not. So my piece of advice is track your core KPIs from day one and try to lead your company with data. And then last slide, fundraising, aka the only thing VCs understand. Piece of advice number 1, have your house in order. Again, sounds like a stupid piece of advice, but I've seen companies 3 years ago that raised 100 million with the slide deck from the previous round. that is not happening today, right? From seed onwards, but latest from Series A, you need a proper deck, you need a proper financial model, you need, a proper customer list, product demo, some data room that investors can come through. And I just, went out fundraising with one of our companies. It took us 6 weeks to get the house in order because they grew quickly and hired people and closed customers and built products. But at the end of the day, we didn't even know exactly what our growth rate in the last year was because the accounts were not done for the last year. And it was the best decision we ever did that we 6 weeks before started that fundraising task force and cleaned up everything before we went out. If you go out too quickly and then investors have detailed questions, this can kill your round. Piece of advice number 2, fundraising works like key account management. It's not a one-off exercise. And I'm surprised how many great founders still struggle to do that and act accordingly. Fundraising is something that 1 or 2 of your founders do basically 365 days a year. Not full-time, right? You're full-time fundraising for ideally 6 weeks. But the reason why there's some of those catchy, clickbaity articles online where somebody tells you how I raised 400 million in 7 days, which is of course BS. But the reason why this might work in theory is because this person has built relationships with investors over the last 3 years. They know the company very well, and then on a random Monday, the founder sends the data room access, and they just go through recent numbers and can take a decision, right? Because they've met the founders a couple of times, they know what the business is doing, they have spent time together, they know that they're aligned, and this allows them to take a decision quickly, right? And there's many great founders out there that really think of fundraising as in, okay, now I'm fundraising for 2 weeks, for 2 months. Okay, cool, I have a term sheet. Luckily, I don't have to talk to investors now for 18 months. And I understand it. It's not fun to talk to us, sometimes at least. But it's really important to build this CRM and build those relationships at conferences such as SaaStr, right? Throughout the year, and then once you go out fundraise, you don't reach out to a single stranger. You reach out to people that you have met once over coffee, and then you've sent them an update once. So there's already a relationship, and they can take a decision much faster. And then finally, also something that could be in a fortune cookie, you raise round number 1 on the promise and number 2 on the progress. That means if you're a good storyteller, you raise a seed round, you raise a pre-seed round, given you have assembled a great team and your product is interesting. But when it comes to the seed round, it's a lot about numbers, right? Whether you can make people believe in your market, that's to some extent the market, but that's also to some extent your ability to sell how amazing your market is. But whether you make 10 or 20 or 30K in MRR and what your burn multiple is and what your acquisition costs are, there's only so much you can storytell around, right? You either have those customers or you don't have them. What I'm trying to say with that is that you should raise your first round of funding as late as possible, but as early as needed, because latest 18 months afterwards, you need to be in seed territory, which means you need to have ideally a couple of 100K in revenues, a few customers and established teams, right? So if you raise that first round too early, you might end up in this valley of death in between where you really don't wanna be. And second piece of advice, if possible, raise rather more. 2 years ago, the typical pre-seed was 12, maybe 15 months. Right now, the typical pre-seed lasts for 18 to 24 months. If you can and if you have enough investor interest, I strongly advise to raise a rather large round that allows for some room to maneuver. Final slide, because I was asked to do 3 takeaways out of 10 key points. It's basically the same thing I was talking about. Hiring. Number 1, hiring is number 1 priority for you as the founders. Number 2, the best companies out there that see the most investor interest and the fastest growth manage to balance, sorry for the typo, efficiency and growth, even though, make no mistake, it's incredibly hard. And number 3, fundraising is a full year exercise, not a full-time exercise, but a full year exercise, and you want to build ongoing relationships that then ideally lead to fast fundraisers. That's pretty much it. We did a bit of a KPI cheat sheet. Here's the link, my email, and our team page. Thanks so much. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions.
Any questions?
Sure.
We're going to be raising, we've bootstrapped for a couple of years. We're sort of in between seed and A, I'd say. Out of that list, and you can't cheat, what would be the number 1 for you out of that list for seed, and what would be the number 1 for A?
The number 1 KPI or the number 1?
Yeah, out of the 10 you gave, if you just, what would be the number 1?
Out of the list, that is a tricky one. I'd probably say, I mean, ideally you've built investor relations. I'd say number 8 for a company that has been around for a couple of years to really, given you had the time, make sure that everything you send to. So for a bootstrapped company, usually I'd say it's number 11. That is not on the list, which is, it's sometimes incredibly hard to believe for VCs that a company that was bootstrapped and grew organically, but usually at a lower growth rate, because there's not so much capital that you have that you can invest into growth, that you are ready and have the right people on board and the right culture, that you can turn a company that grew profitably 50% year over year into a company that grows 300% year over year. And I think the story that convinces investors that even though for the last 3 years you grew 50% year over year, you have the right go-to-market strategy and the right people and the right, level of hunger and aggressiveness to turn this into a company that grows 3x year over year. That's probably what I'd focus on if I were you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going to shout, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you, but I was told that it's. I was told that there's a live stream, and that's why we have to speak into the mic.
Cool, I thought this was really good. So we're pre-seed, so going out at the moment, and VDR is a term that I think maybe I'm embarrassing myself, but I don't really know what that term is.
A data room.
A data room, and what should be in a data room for a pre-seed?
I think for a pre-seed, it's you don't need a real data room. I think it's probably the only round where you don't need one.
Right.
I'd say for seed and A's, it's a pitch deck, it's a product demo. Most people use Loom or a similar service to do a 5 to 10 minute product demo, a financial model that makes people understand your level of ambition, an anonymized customer list. You don't need to tell them who your actual customers are, but investors usually wanna see how much revenue comes from which customers and how did this revenue develop over time, and then some info on the management team. Some do investor FAQs. So I'd say for a pre-seed company, it's a deck, it's a financial model, and maybe. But there's different people thinking about this differently. If it's a complex one, and you have something to show on the product already, a product demo.
Cheers.
Hi, really insightful, thank you. I think when it comes to the KPIs, et cetera, and having your house in order, at least our experience has been with systems like ChargeBee, ChartMogul, SaaStr, et cetera. It's kind of easy to benchmark ourselves against the industry. When we go into fundraising, the question becomes about the valuation. So we have all of this insight as to how we compare to others in the market, and top quartiles and all this sort of stuff. And my question is, we've done a number of rounds with sort of family offices, and I can talk to them and they'll hand over money easily. Going to professional investors or more professional investors comes really interesting, the divergence between valuations from the family office side and the professional investor side. Are you also approaching like valuations as metric driven, or is it still just negotiation at the end of the day?
I mean, we're a seed investor, right? And I think up until the seed, it's Turkish bazaar. It's like pure negotiation, right? How much like interest do you have in your round, and like, you know, how big's the FOMO of the investor, and you know, then there's probably a bit of a range depending on, okay, have you sold 2 companies before and did you grow 7x last year? Then, you know, people might be willing to pay like an extra premium, but essentially it's really about negotiation. I think VCs tend to think about it still like very much focused on potential and future growth. When you refer to professional investors, are you talking about venture funds or more PE-ish
Both.
types? Yeah, I think because there's the big disconnect, at least in my experience, like especially in the current market, PE-ish type of funds are very, like, you know, act very numbers driven, right? And pay, like, you know, look at public market comparables, and then, like, you know, pay you a multiple. Whereas amongst VCs, there's usually, again, it's hard to like, you know, generalize that, but there's usually a bit more willingness to consider future growth, right? Because I personally feel if you do Series A or do Series B and you only look at public market multiples, ideally also the growth rate that you have at this point in time is different from a public market companies. That's why multiples are different. But I'd say for A rounds, 20x, 25x revenue is the top end that you can get on the market right now. If you grow 5-6x year over year, you're in a big market, you raise from a tier 1 fund, i.e. if you have 3 million ARR, I've seen valuations of 60, 70, 80 pre, to make it more concrete, right? That's, yeah, what I've seen.
Perfect.
Thank you, and thank you for showing up so early.
arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me. And there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. close. I need you more than you need me, and there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me, and there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress.
Please welcome to the stage Audrey Miller, partner at Tapestry VC.
Hi, everyone. Well, a bit louder than I expected. Okay. So, as mentioned, I'm Audrey. I'm a partner at Tapestry VC, and we only back repeat founders. So I spend all of my time finding, investing in, and supporting repeat founders on their next journeys. Now, before I started with Tapestry, I was a founder myself, and I fell privy to many of the typical mistakes that repeat founders make, that first-time founders make. Everyone who has worked with founders, started a company, been in VC knows that mistakes are unavoidable. They're going to happen. The difference between repeat founders and first-time founders is in the kinds of mistakes they don't make. So there are many kind of first-time founder traps that they get to avoid. And so today I'm going to be talking about basically the top 7 of those. Just out of curiosity, I'm wondering how many people in the room are founders, by a show of hands. Love it. And of the people in the room, how many folks are repeat founders? Okay, cool. So some of this will be, hopefully, I guess we'll tell in the Q&A, second nature to you guys, and for the first-time founders, maybe will be helpful in avoiding some pitfalls. Okay, so to start, repeat founders, the first thing they don't do is chase glory metrics. Twitter followers, Substack subscribers, glory valuations. These things feel great and look awesome on a slide deck. They are so loosely correlated with business health that repeat founders know not to focus on them. Repeat founders are spending their time actually worrying about the things that find you product market fit, that move the business forward. They're not trying to increase metrics that feel good. At the end of the day, I'd say the point of this slide is nothing about company building is comfortable. These metrics may make you feel comfortable, but the journey of founding a company is not chasing comfort, it's chasing product market fit, it's chasing a business, and don't focus on the things that fundamentally don't matter towards that journey. Similarly, big office spaces, unicorn status, Forbes 30 under 30, all these things feel great to post on LinkedIn, but do they really matter to your business? I've heard so many first-time founders say that they wish they hadn't focused on things like raising at big valuations or hiring fast, and rather really focused on whether what they were building mattered, whether they had product market fit, or whether customers really cared about what they were doing. The second thing, repeat founders are not fishing in small ponds. So there's 2 things here. It is just as difficult to build a small business as it is a big business. And there is nothing more frustrating than fishing in what you think is an ocean, but is really a pond. You can't change your TAM of the business that you're trying to start. Classic example on the left, the Collison brothers. They started Stripe, as many of us here know, and the mission of Stripe is to literally increase the GDP of the internet. I'd call that a very, very, very large TAM. Before that, what many people don't know is they actually started an auction management software business called Octomatic. That business did well, but sold for $5 million. Big difference the second time around. From within our portfolio at Tapestry, you've got Sachin in the middle, who's building Builder AI. Builder is changing the way we think about building software using AI. Big TAM. Before that, he started Shoto. Shoto was a consumer social app for photo sharing that was great, but not as big of a vision as changing the way we build software. One of my favorite examples, Bobby Healy, who started Mana. Mana is doing drone food delivery, literally live in in Dublin. You can get a burger delivered to your house via a drone. There are 10 billion food deliveries in the US and Europe alone every year. Before Mana, Bobby was building CarTrawler. CarTrawler was a phenomenal business. It sold to private equity for hundreds of millions of dollars. Even still, there's a big difference between a car marketplace and delivering food in the sky. The point here is that repeat founders don't fish in ponds, they search for oceans. Third point, repeat founders don't overbuild. So an anecdote not on the page here is I literally heard about a company that will remain nameless, but raised venture funding and closed paid customers with nothing more than a screenshot. Repeat founders get that the most important thing to company building is sales. And sales come from being incredibly customer obsessed. Overbuilding a product for go-to-market and first release does nothing but appease engineers on your team. They're not actually moving the needle with customers. Take two examples from our portfolio. So Relay, Joseph West, who previously sold Vuru to Wave, is now building Relay, an SMB challenger bank. If you think about neobanks, there are hundreds of products on their roadmap that they need to build. You could get lost in how to think about prioritizing those products for each release. What Joseph does really well, being a repeat founder, is he's focused on which products really matter to the customer, not which products are fun to build or technically cool. Illyria, building an identity security and access control platform, is similarly focusing on sales and customer relationships and not on overbuilding. So they actually just released their first release of their product last month. Jim previously was Chief Trust Officer at Salesforce and a repeat founder. If you look at Illyria, and I encourage you guys all to download it for your startups, it's an incredible platform that when you open it, it's so easy to use and it's intuitive. They're not overbuilding. They have a huge roadmap of things they want to build, but the thing that they're not doing is flooding a customer the first time they're experiencing your application with things that don't move the needle on actually making a difference to a customer experience. Next, this is a big one. They don't waste time. Now, there are many hard decisions you need to make as a founder. And decisions maybe get easier the more you make them, but they take time to really come to the right decision. The difference between first-time founders and repeat founders is they get the importance and the value of time. So once they make those decisions, they're quick to execute them. A quick example, on the positive side, I heard a repeat founder literally say, "Every great hire will wow you in 2 weeks." The corollary of that, also true. They're quick to fire when hires are not working. And it's not just on hiring and firing, it's in many other small decisions that they're making on a day-to-day basis. A classic one, you get a really big customer, a whale. They really want all these features in a product. Sometimes it makes sense to pursue that customer. Other times, it can be incredibly distracting to your team and to the journey of what you're trying to achieve. Repeat founders understand that they assess a situation, they decide to say no to big customers, they decide to say no to VC conversations and preemptive financing, and they decide to fire people fast. They're not wasting time making hard decisions. Next, this is probably one of my personal favorites. They don't ignore business models. And what I mean by that is really unit economics. So let's take a step back. VC is very momentum driven. And there are things that are hot: crypto, BaaS, no code, instant grocery delivery. All of these things have hype cycles. And it's really easy to build in the hype. What repeat founders don't do is ignore the fundamentals of the business they're trying to build. They build unit economic positive businesses from day one. Examples from the portfolio. So Nothing is a consumer electronics business. I've actually got their earphones here. They also sell phones. And it's, consumer hardware. Traditionally, hard from a gross margin perspective, consumer, and cash flow. Carl Pei, before starting Nothing, had built OnePlus at Huawei. So he knew exactly the importance from the very first phone he's delivering to make it positive from a unit economics perspective, high gross margins, and make sure that he was really building a business, not a phone, right? Two other great examples. I'll actually start with the third one, Zap. So I'm sure many people here know about Getir, Gorillas, all of the instant grocery platforms that raised a ton of money from 2021, 2022, and many of them don't exist today. Zap has lasted and is one of the few remaining instant grocery delivery companies. Naveed, the founder, a repeat founder, built that business with positive unit economic deliveries from the first delivery. Nobody else can say that. It's the reason he's still alive. Manna, again, drone food delivery. Most of the competitors in that space are struggling to get deliveries below $100 a delivery. Manna is doing them from almost day one at under $5 a delivery. That's a real business, right? They are actually making a profit with each unit they sell, with each delivery they make. And they're doing that from day one. They're not building a business because it's a great idea, but fundamentally flawed logic. So the last 2 points actually are much more about VC interactions with founders and stakeholder management. So second to last point is on stakeholders. VCs don't ignore stakeholders. They are traditionally much faster at openly and quickly sharing information with investors. They post quarterly updates, sometimes monthly updates, quickly and on time. They are hyper-responsive. Ultimately, what this slide is about is they know the best way to extract maximum value of their advisors and investors. They're not seeing us as on opposite sides of the table. They see us as on the same side of the table. And when you actually treat investors in your business that way, you can get way more value out of them. And they know how to do that. Lastly, this is an interesting one. They don't raise just because they can. So we at Tapestry will start talking to founders months before their next idea even, sometimes post-acquisition, sometimes kind of in that ideation phase. And many of these conversations tend to look the same. Some founders have had huge financial success in their last businesses. Others have other motivators for starting again, and others have scaled and failed. Many of these founders can leverage their experience and sell that effectively to investors to raise their next seed funding. What they're not doing is going to market preemptively to raise. What they understand is the moment you raise, you're on a timeline. And you can't get off that ride unless you keep raising or fail. And so what they really do is make sure that when they go to raise, they are confident that they want to and think that there is something worth spending the next 5 to 10 years doing. They're not picking an idea and saying, let's try. More often than not, they've done way more customer validation, product validation, tech validation, market validation before taking that first check. And so what we at Tapestry like to do is really try and help them with all of that validation before even putting down a term sheet. I think that's it. Again, to summarize, don't chase glory metrics, don't fish in small ponds, don't overbuild, don't waste time, don't ignore business models, don't ignore stakeholders, and don't just raise because you can. I think we have some time for questions, and so I will leave it up to you guys.
Thank you very much for sharing. Can you expand a bit more on fishing in small ponds? Because it's been proven, for example, in vertical SaaS, that from a VC perspective, it's always looking at a small TAM, but the best companies end up expanding massively these TAMs. Can you just elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying a lot of this is generalization, right? And so I know about it more from the perspective at Tapestry. What we really like to do is back folks who are building moonshot bets, right? And the way we like to think about that as, I'll take a step back and say, you can build a phenomenal business many different ways. You can build a phenomenal business in a very niche vertical SaaS industry. What we like to think about repeat founders in specific is what have they underwritten in that journey that a first-time founder hasn't. And many of the times when we've seen a successful repeat founder who has already built a phenomenal company, what they really want to do is swing for the fences the next time. And so that's why you get things like, you know, consumer electronics, right? In this really cool case. That's why you get things like drone delivery. And so I'm not saying that it's not possible and repeat founders don't build vertical SaaS. Sometimes they actually use their experience building in a particular industry to double down on that again and get even more specific. But a lot of the times you actually see them say, okay, well, I've proven that operationally I can build a business. So how can I take that and build something crazier the next time? And that's where we like to get involved because that's, I think, where, you know, we spend most of our time.
Oh, at the back, yes. Sec.
Good morning. I want to kind of go back to the point you said about kind of only raising when you're ready. Are we talking about that initial investment round, that first one? Because I've spoken to a lot of founders before, or a lot of people who have exited, and they said that as soon as you've got your funding round closed, start working on the next round already. So are you talking about that first one where essentially you kind of get on that roller coaster?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I wish I had my updated slides here because I actually have a slide that perfectly answers that. Unfortunately, I submitted these late. So the data actually shows, so we've actually collected data not just within our portfolio, but across all repeat founders. And the data actually shows that repeat founders raise more faster, right? What that data doesn't show is the time lag between when they think of an idea, incorporate a company, and raise their first round. So the time between incorporating a company and raising a first round is usually much shorter than first-time founders. And that, I guess, intuitively makes sense if you think about the VC founder, you know, market and ecosystem. What the data doesn't show, as I said, is basically from first idea to incorporation. Usually that's actually a much longer journey because they are taking their time, like I said, to really validate. So the data and kind of what I'm quoting is really on that first round, with the nuance being that they're taking time before incorporating. Once they incorporate, they're pretty quick to raise. And then out of just interest in sharing, so the data actually shows that between their first and their second round, they actually raise quicker. But that's usually because, like I said, they've done a lot of the work before, and so they've timed it really well from a kind of hockey stick style looking growth, which is what honestly investors really like to see. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you so much. I was just wondering for people who are first-time founders, and like all of that was so helpful, and we've found advisors have been a really great way to avoid making mistakes that we otherwise wouldn't have picked up on. Are there any other resources or ideas or things that could be put in place to further stop yourself from, I guess, making obvious mistakes that could easily be avoided?
So I'm speaking as myself now, not as Tapestry, and as a former first-time founder. I have many, many, many things, and I don't know if there's just one to share. I'll share something that I share with a lot of founders, which is on runway, right? So I think any first-time founder is told, frankly, any founder is told, worry about your runway, right? Make sure that you don't hit zero. And that, to me, feels like an incredibly single-track way of thinking about runway, where I think about it, and I'm going to give you a slightly long answer, but I think it's actually going to answer some of your question, and it's something I care a lot about. Runway, to me, is much more complex than what's your burn, what's in your bank account, and when you hit zero. I think of it as really threefold. The first is financial. So it's not when you hit zero, it's when you start freaking out, right? So for some people, that's credit card debt. For other people, that's if they can't go on their yearly vacation. Whatever that is for you, figure out how much time you have before you hit that point of, oh shit, right? And don't let yourself get there, because when you're there, you're not focusing on your company. The second point, and advice for first-time and second-time founders I'd have, is on the social part of runway. So I started my career in investment banking at a very big bank. I left that and immediately dived into the founding world. And I was trying to build a company whilst still socializing with folks who were working up a corporate ladder, right? And there's a fundamental difference in how you think about your career and business building and what matters to you when you're trying to build something and failing and iterating and failing and iterating than doing something that the person above you's done well and you're trying to just do it perfectly. And so the thing I always tell folks is really focus on your social runway, and the litmus test for that is when you go to a dinner party and someone asks you, what are you doing? Do you feel energized by that conversation? Are you excited to tell people, I pivoted for the 5th time today? Or, walk someone through that journey. And if you're not, that's not a product of you, it's a product of the people you're surrounding yourself with. So I actually think that, founder communities and accelerators and plugging yourself into a network of folks that are going to be yes people and encourage you to keep going is so important to make you feel like you actually have that social runway. And then the third is what I call personal runway or mental runway. And so for that, I really think about it like, I know this is a long answer, but I'll finish up quick. I think about it like the litmus test of when you're looking at yourself in the mirror every morning and you're brushing your teeth, are you sitting there telling yourself, I'm a failure, I'm basically unemployed, and nothing I'm doing is working? Or are you looking at yourself being like, we lost a big customer today, but we're going to get the next one? Are you looking at yourself saying, we're totally pivoting, I had to basically scrap half the engineering team, but we're going to keep going? And it's totally fine to feel like you're unemployed some days, right? It's not fine to feel like that too many days in a row. And when you start to feel like that, you really have to think about what are you really doing? And so my third piece of advice is really just try and extend that mental runway in whatever way you can, because once you lose that, even for repeat founders, frankly, you can't get it back. So hopefully that's helpful.
Any more questions?
Nice.
How do you evaluate these when you have a new, or when you have a founder, when you have a company that you're considering making an investment in? I guess you go through this list mentally.
How am I sorry, explain the question. Also, I couldn't really hear, sorry.
That's all right. All right, let's try this. When you're acting as a VC and you're potentially making investments in a new startup, how do you go through that list? I guess you go through that list mentally and you assess the founder based on those 7 criteria.
So I'd say this is less of a criteria list that we look for. It's more things in general from the repeat founders that we work with, distilling some of the mistakes that they don't make, and advice around what I've seen in those journeys. On your point around valuation and how we think about investment criteria, it's less about this list. It's more about several factors. Founder market fit, there's size of TAM, size of business that they're trying to build, and ultimately whether or not we as a team want to and believe in the founder and the idea and want to dedicate a significant portion of our time to supporting them in building that. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into that decision. This is a small part of that.
One at the front.
Hi, piggybacking on what he said. So do you think that you take that into consideration when you are offering a chance for first-time founders, that they do have this kind of lack of experience that repeat founders don't have, and then maybe they need to have that extra magic to their idea of what they're building? Like when you're going to take that into consideration, do you usually go, okay, if you're a repeat founder, I'm probably going to look into what you're doing a little bit more than to a first-time founder?
Okay, so a couple things. So at Tapestry, we literally only back repeat founders. And so I'll answer your question in a slightly different way, which is within repeat founders, you have a spectrum, right? You have folks that have built and IPO'd their last business. You have folks that have built, raised, and valiantly failed. And then you have folks that have tried a few different businesses and not really gotten many things off the ground. And everything in between, right? And so in each of those categories, I'd say we really look at things slightly differently. We look at the founder, their past experience, and then we basically underwrite that with what idea they're looking at building next. If you're a founder that spent 10 years building in a particular vertical and you've had moderate success there, I'd like to think, are incredibly deep in a space where those insights will inform your next build, right? There, your industry expertise is the thing that gets us comfortable with making that investment. If you are a founder that has built and sold a phenomenal business or IPO'd a phenomenal business, and now you want to build something in an entirely different category, that is not market and industry expertise that's going to get us comfortable. It's really operational expertise. So there's a lot of different levers that we look for depending on your past experience and what you're building next. And it's not necessarily a formula as much as it's, what are we de-risking with your past experience that helped us get comfortable with your next idea.
Okay, thank you.
We've got time for one more. Building on what you just said, have you ever backed a founder
who failed with the last startup, so went bankrupt? And if so, how do you assess whether this was a valuable experience, de-risking things, or that's rather a founder you shouldn't back?
Yeah, good question. So there's a few things there. I think anyone who's tried it before, their second time around, they don't have the training wheels on anymore, right? Even from a massive failure, you learn a ton. If you've committed fraud, probably not going to back you, right? So I say that just to like hedge my bets, but I do think that there's a lot of things you can learn from a failed first time. What I really focus on there then is like, how much have you really internalized those lessons, and how much do I really believe that you're not going to, fail in the same way again? Naturally, as part of the kind of diligence process, you also have things like, former customer refs, former co-founder refs, former investor refs, et cetera. And so references there become really important in helping us get clear understanding of what exactly happened the last time. Is it founder strong-headedness that won't change, or is it something that founders really learned from? And I believe in redemption. A lot of people can make mistakes and build great things the next time. Great. Okay. Thanks so much. Yeah.
arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me, and there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress.
please welcome to the stage Hanel Baveja, Principal at Creandum.
Hi, everyone. Great to see you all. We are going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about the topic of fundraising. I will spend like 10, 15 minutes on some content that I've put together, and then I'm hoping we can spend most of the time actually in a fairly interactive discussion format. We will see how well this room and setup lends itself to that, but I think this is actually a topic that is useful and interesting to discuss and get different perspectives on. Before we start, I have like a couple questions for the group just to gauge who exactly is in the audience and sort of what content areas make the most sense to focus on. So could you raise your hand if you are a VC or an investor? You're working at a fund. Okay, great. And then raise your hand if you are an operator at a startup or a company. Okay, perfect. And then if you're a founder of a startup, perfect. And raise your hand if you work primarily with early stage, either you're a founder or operator of an early stage company or an investor in early stage seed Series A companies. Okay, perfect. And then if you are focused more on growth, Series B, 5 to 10 million ARR kind of thing. Okay, nice. So I guess I have the best like bird's eye view of this. It's a good mix of early and growth and a lot of founders and operators in the room, which is fantastic. Okay, so very quickly on me. Why am I, if not a super qualified person, at least an interesting person to talk about the topic of fundraising? Well, I've actually worked at 3 different venture firms over the last 7 years. This might be good or bad for my career, but it's at least hopefully an interesting lens through which to discuss what a good pitch looks like, what a good fundraising process looks like. So I started my investing career at Insight Partners, huge growth fund in New York, sort of Series A through IPO round kind of thing, where I worked mostly with Series B SaaS companies. Then I spent 3 years at Union Square Ventures in the US. USV is a very thesis-driven firm, very high conviction. They only make about 8 or 9 investments a year, only focused on seed and Series A. And now I'm at a European firm called Creandum. We're a early stage venture firm. We invest at seed and Series A. We have around a 500 million euro fund, and I'm based here in London. So throughout the talk, I will try and give different perspectives based on these 3 different firms I've worked with. And feel free during the discussion section to also bring up different topics that tie to this. And so, with all of this, of course, comes the fact that I've been an investor on both sides of the Atlantic, about 5 years in the US and now coming up on 2 years at Creandum. So if helpful, later on, we can also discuss some of the nuances and differences of raising from US investors versus European investors, et cetera. Okay, so before we get into actually talking about fundraising and some practical tips, I think there was a great session yesterday on what's been happening in the venture market, so I won't spend too much time on this. But this is one chart that I think is interesting. Of course, it says US startups, but the same trends apply in Europe, which is essentially that it's taking longer for many companies to raise rounds. And I think we can all extrapolate out from that. Raising a Series A round, raising a Series B round is harder than it was before. I actually broke one of my tips, which I'll get to later, which is to be like super prepared and do your homework in advance. So I actually was hoping to add a few more slides in that I couldn't due to the AV setup. So bear with me. I'm going to just give a voiceover of one of the other charts that I hope to include. And this chart has some data from an internal survey we did at Creandum, where we polled a bunch of venture firms on both sides of the Atlantic and asked about what are your growth expectations for companies that you're looking to invest in at Series A and Series B? And here are the numbers. So we asked question 1, what is the minimum ARR growth you would like to see for a Series A? 47% said 2.5 to 3x growth year over year. 40% said 3 to 4x growth year over year. And then 13% said over 4x year-over-year growth. And that same ratio, like 50%, 40%, 13%, was also the answer for Series B ARR, although the numbers are slightly lower, right? VCs expect companies to grow faster for Series A and slower at Series B. But why is this interesting? I think it's actually less around the numbers and more around the spread of answers from different VCs, right? So this may be a fairly obvious point, but we polled, like the top VCs in Europe and the US, and some VCs say that the minimum ARR growth they need to see for a Series A is 4x, and then others say 2.5x is fine. So this is like quite a large range, and there's a point later on around what this means if you're a founder going out to fundraise, right? Like VCs don't agree on what the metrics need to look like or what the pitch deck or story needs to look like at different rounds. Okay, so now let's talk just a little bit on fundraising across different stages. I will get into more of these later, but maybe two things to emphasize, and I thought this quote or this tweet from David Frankel was really great. Founders don't often get to deliver the most important pitch for their startup. It's a 2 to 3 line summary that a VC uses to socialize the opportunity with their partners. So something I think founders sometimes miss is that when you're speaking to one person at a firm or even 2 people at a firm, you're basically playing telephone. You're giving this person your story and your pitch deck, and that person will then take that story and pass it on to the rest of their partnership, the rest of their team, to their GP if the first person that you pitch is an associate. And so this creates something I call telephone syndrome, which is, as we all know from the game of telephone, the clearer you can enunciate your word at the beginning, the easier and the higher the likelihood it is that when the word comes all the way back around, it's really close to what you started with. So I think this is something that's actually really important. You're not pitching, the full partnership early on. You're explaining something to one person that then needs to package what they heard and share this. And so being succinct and thinking about what are the 1 or 2 messages that this person, this first entry point into this firm need to have is key. And I think this is something that founders really forget. When it comes to metrics, this is not going to be a SaaS metrics deep dive presentation. I mean, this is a chart that I took from my friend Molly Alter's SaaS presentation a few years ago. The numbers have shifted, right? Higher growth expectations, better burn efficiency expectations. But I think the biggest takeaway here that I would suggest is that it's actually having command and control over your numbers that matter more. Think about the stats that I shared earlier, right? 13% of Series A investors think that a Series A company must be growing at 4x. And then 40% of investors say 2.5x is fine. So where exactly you are from a growth perspective, to some extent, is out of your control. But what you can control is your command over these numbers. So being able to articulate why you're growing at a certain rate. What are the levers of your business that you can pull? Maybe you've just brought on a sales hire that is still ramping. How can you talk about this and show that you understand the various metrics of your business and the levers that you can control going forward? Same thing goes with burn, with cash efficiency, not just throwing the numbers on the slide, but taking 1 or 2 turns to go beneath it and to be able to articulate to an investor why your numbers are the way they are and what the levers are that can change or improve these going forward. And the last point maybe also seems obvious, but definitions really matter. If you think about something like net dollar retention, which is a metric that many VCs care a lot about, you would be shocked at how many ways founders calculate net dollar retention. As an example, if you have a business model where your customers get a discount in the first months, but upfront they sign a contract to pay, let's call it 10 grand a year, but for the first months they get a 30% discount. Is that really net dollar retention, right? Is that really upsell when it was agreed at the beginning? So I've seen a lot of founders get sort of burned on this by, trying to pick numbers that go to their favor, but then when you go a level or 2 deeper, it all falls apart. And so definitions matter. I love in a pitch deck when I see very clearly articulated, what goes in. Are you counting trials? Are you counting discount to full? Like just have definitions ready for everything that you talk about metrics-wise. Okay, another slide that I had hoped to include is something that we put together at Creandum to share with our founders around just high-level best practices for fundraising. So here are a few very concrete things we suggest. In terms of how much money you're looking to raise, 3 years ago, we would say 20 to 24 months of runway. Now we actually say 28 months of runway is helpful. When should you start fundraising? At least 9 months before you run out of cash. This takes, it's taking longer than ever to raise great rounds. VCs are very excited about great companies, but it can also take longer than you expect. So definitely give yourself 9 months so you're not racing against the clock before you run out of cash. And then we also suggest, 1 to 4 months before fundraising, you start to have introductory chats, meet with VCs, especially those that have a real interest in your space. Sort of 2 to 4 weeks before, it's really about building the deck, building a data room, warming up the relationship, and then reaching out to VCs in waves. This is a quick summary of what we call kind of the do's and don'ts of fundraising. So the first one, which again, I know these sound really simple, but you would be surprised at how many founders don't do this and what a difference doing this makes. So we actually at Creandum have published, you can find these on our website or our Medium page, seed and Series A template guides. This gives you an idea of what a deck and data room should look like at Series A and at seed. What are the things you should absolutely include in the pitch deck? The other tip on organization is to have an investor CRM. So have a spreadsheet where you track, all of the investors that you want to get in touch with for your round, track who you're meeting, when you're speaking to them, and be ruthless about this. So, bucket them into like wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. You should have 50 investors on this. Often one of our portfolio companies, when they kick off a fundraise, they come to us and they have 10 names on this list. They're like, I want to meet Sequoia, Andreessen, Index, Excel. Great. Obviously, every founder should try and meet these, but most of our companies will have 50 names on this list. They might not need to reach out to names 35 to 50, but building a bench so that as people start to pass or say, we have a competitive investment, we can't look at this, you don't have to then go back to the drawing board. And the other thing you should do on this CRM is track when you last spoke to them and when you last heard back from them. And this is, again, obvious, but follow up if you haven't heard back and just clear out the pipeline. Like, view it as you're running a very tight sales process. So often what I do when I work with my founders that are raising is we have this spreadsheet and we pull it up and we go through it every week. And one of the other points on this is practical optimism. And what do I mean by this? If you've pitched a VC and it's been 1 week and you haven't heard back, they're gone. Cross them off the list. And I think founders really struggle with this because what do VCs say after every call? This is amazing. I love what you're doing. Absolutely, like we're such great big fans of this. Let me, discuss with my team and get back to you. And you just have to be ruthless of if you haven't heard back from a VC in a week, sure, ping them, send them an email. Maybe there's a fire they're putting out and they actually are interested, but 9 times out of 10, they're done. Cross them off, move on, reach out to the next 5 or 10 investors that you have on your list. Fourth tip is be concise. I think this is actually something where I've seen American founders have a bit of an edge. I think this goes back to the game of telephone. So the more concise and focused your message is, the better the chance your story and your pitch has of making it all the way around the partnership or firm and coming back and landing in your lap with a next meeting, an investment committee presentation, and ultimately a term sheet. You want the person you're pitching to have a very clear idea of what you are doing and why you are the founder to build this business. Okay, now a few don'ts. So 12 to 15 slides. I cannot express this enough. Your pitch deck to VCs must be short and concise on the first go. If you send someone a 30-slide pitch deck or a 50-slide pitch deck, it doesn't matter how many slides are in the appendix. Do not do this. No one will read a 30-slide pitch deck, and you will never get through all of these slides in an intro chat. I've found, and this is personal preference, I'm very excited to open up the conversation because people may disagree with me, and I think that's great too. My favorite kind of pitches are where there's like an 8 to 10 slide deck, and the founder knows the slides in and out so that we can immediately jump into a great discussion. I think this ties into the one-way broadcast thing. If you view your pitch as, I've rehearsed the story, it takes 25 minutes, and then there's 5 minutes for questions, it just doesn't work. I think the best founders that I've worked with, they treat their pitch as a two-way conversation. So they start by introducing themselves, the team, the problem they're solving, and then if the VC jumps in on slide 2 with, I want to talk about market size because I don't understand how selling to retail is going to be big enough. Like, be flexible, jump to that section of the deck, right? And just treat the deck as sort of like a jumping off point to focus the conversation on what the person you're speaking with wants to hear more. I think when it's like a one-way broadcast or sort of a one-size-fits-all pitch and there's no flexibility, this just sucks. And I think a lot of founders do this because they've practiced their pitch. They want to go cover to cover. They know how one piece of what they're saying on slide 2 links to what's coming on slide 5. And so it's really tempting to say to a VC, hold on, I'm getting to that later. But it's just a really bad experience. Like, think of it as a customer demo, right? You basically tailor your demo and your pitch to what your customer wants to hear. And I think pitching a VC should be a somewhat similar approach rather than sort of this one-way broadcast. And the last point is around don't ignore the story and your why, even if you have great metrics, right? So if you are lucky enough to have a business that is doing 4x growth at Series A or above all the benchmarks I mentioned earlier, that's fantastic. And realistically, if you have killer metrics, you will get more interest from VCs, you will make it farther in conversations. But fundamentally, especially at the early stage, and even I would argue at Series B and Series C, your story and the why of what you're doing and why you're the founder and why you're the team to build this is going to be so incredibly important. And so don't forget that, even if you have stellar metrics, because I think more often than not, that's the thing that really gets investors excited and leaning in. And then the metrics and the numbers and the growth and the burn efficiency are part of it, but the story and the why are really essential. Okay, we have about 12 minutes. Again, I would love to make this sort of interactive because we have a great mix of founders, operators, investors in the room. I know the format is not very conducive to it, but does anyone have a comment, a question, wants to share their perspective, wants to source input from others in the room? Does anyone disagree with anything I said, right? Like, I shared a bunch of my opinions here. Go ahead.
It's just a really quick question about valuations.
Sure.
There's a perception that European VC valuations are lower than US valuations. Is that still true?
So it's interesting. I don't know if Jason talked about it yesterday. I think it depends quite a bit on the stage, but I don't believe, at least from the data I've seen, that categorically European valuations fall far below the US. I think when you start to slice it by sector or by vertical or stage, there is probably some discrepancy. But I think 5 years ago, there used to be this sense in the US that Europe was like a place to get great arbitrage because valuations were so much lower. And that's not the case anymore from some of the data I've seen, particularly around SaaS and companies where the metrics are sort of the driver of valuations. Yeah, sure, maybe on the side, and then there's someone in the back as well.
Yeah, no worries. Hi. So I have two questions, or to open the conversation. The first one is, so I'm from Chile, South America. We are at seed stage. So the first question is, how do you see here in Europe maybe can be the same as Latam, where you have like multiple countries, little countries, compared to the US? So how do you see, maybe that's connected to the conversation about the valuations. So how do you see that? And the second one is how much you weight efficiency in seed stage. Because sometimes it's said that it doesn't matter, but you can be growing like pretty good or not that too good, but burning really low. So yeah.
Great questions. I'm going to try and make this a discussion. So does anyone want to weigh in on the first question, which was around the dynamics in Europe of building a business or investing in companies that have to be in multiple geographies or countries? Maybe one of the other investors in the room wants to weigh in.
So I work for a Baltic VC, and a lot of the companies, we invest across Europe though, but a lot of the companies that come out of the Baltics and the Nordics, because the local market is smaller, it actually starts with a competitive advantage of they think internationally from the beginning. And so kind of turning the smaller local market into an advantage by not thinking locally and thinking internationally. The ones who are successful at that really thrive at it. So they also do it to your second point, in a very capital efficient way because there's less funding locally at the earlier stages, or historically have been. And so those that do succeed internationally, like Bolt versus Uber or Volt versus Deliveroo, etc., they expand internationally in a much more capital efficient way and therefore can compete with more funded startups that come in from the US or internationally.
Yeah, this is to weigh in on the question. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
So I wouldn't disagree with that. I purely invest in the UK. So what I also, which can be with any investor investing in any specific region, but what I like to see is that you prioritize where you think you have expertise first and then expand. If you're a seed company, which can be quite a wide range of revenues, if you're already thinking about let's take this, then this, and this, and this, but you haven't even cracked chili, I'd be like, okay, well, you're kind of running before you can walk. So I just wouldn't go too quickly into international expansion if you haven't even cracked your own market.
I think I'll just weigh in on maybe one point, which is I think practically speaking, I think we see most that at seed stage, founders are often operating in one, taking Europe as an example, operating in one market. So they're only in Germany or they're only in France. I think typically at Series A, they've sort of proven product market fit in one geography and have a clear plan and ideally have actually taken the first steps towards expansion into another. So maybe that involves hiring someone on the ground or like starting to scope out, but being like very thoughtful about this. But I agree with the second person who chimed in that I think it's about sort of like storytelling and what are the nuances of, if you're starting in Germany, like why is France the best market to go into? And like, do you really understand the competitive differences and the nuances, and who are you going to hire to help you crack this? And is one of the co-founders going to move there to get the office started, right? So not treating geographic expansion as like a throwaway topic, but rather being very thoughtful about this, I think, is key. And then remind me your second question. I forgot. I'm sorry. Efficiency. I mean, look, different views on this, I think similar to the other metrics I shared earlier. At seed, I think the single most important thing is like momentum, growth, and some indications that you're on the track to product market fit. And so, of course, like I think the reality is most companies haven't raised that much before seed. So like if you raise 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever it is, I mean, just like spend it if it means that you can get to, you can hire that amazing engineer, or like it's way better, I think, at that stage, because what you're trying to convey as a seed stage founder is that like there's so much upside for your business, and that you're onto something product-wise or product market-wise that the market wants, and that the investor that comes in and backs you and supports you will like reap the rewards of that sort of down the line. So I think efficiency starts to really matters at Series B, is starting to matter more at Series A, and at seed is less relevant, at least in my experience, which again is not universal. I think there was one question at the back as well. I think we're being live streamed, so the mics are helpful.
I'll be quick with my question, but I've been an investor before, and I just helped my brothers raise their seed round, so I've been on both sides of the table, and one thing I've noticed or have done is that you really have only 5 to 10 minutes in that conversation with VC to win their attention, and if you don't win their attention that first 5 to 10, it becomes very difficult to get their buy-in and engagement. How have you seen really good founders front load their presentations to investors so that they really pull in the interest in the beginning and then get them to stay engaged during the whole deck?
So it's a great question. While I think on an answer, again, opening up the discussion a bit. Founders in the room also who've raised, feel free to share what you think you did really well or what hasn't worked well, or investors.
So what I'd say is just tell the point of view, imagine if the world was like X. Make it as outrageous as you can get away with. And they say, nah, you can't do that. And then you get the concept, well, actually, maybe you could do that. That kind of make them sit up and make notice is what I've used in the past. Sometimes works, sometimes they get thrown out, but hey, you've got to try.
I love it. One thing I think about here is, does anyone watch SNL, Saturday Night Live? So Saturday Night Live does this amazing thing every single week. That's called the cold open. What's a cold open? The camera turns on, the lights turn on, and they land a joke. Or they jump right in. You sort of as the audience are immediately thrust into the story. They don't start with, hi, I'm Adam from Saturday Night Live. We're going to do a comedy show for the next 30 minutes. So there's something about, I think to your point, just how do you grab someone's attention, right? And again, it doesn't matter if it's a VC or a sales prospect or someone you're trying to hire. It's actually all the same thing and all the same muscle. And I think there's no one size fits all for this, but I encourage the founders I work with to study this, study this as they're getting pitched by someone who's trying to sell them something. What does that person do really well? Can you just turn on this observant lens of what do the people around you do that seems to work to grab attention? I think that is very material. And I think the other very concrete thing that often works well is starting with a hook. And it could be the team, it could be the market, it could be imagine if the world looked like this. But I think the worst thing you can do is sort of start with a dull, boring introduction where everyone immediately glazes over. And I think this ties back to the point also of not treating it like a one-way broadcast. You're getting data back as you pitch, right? You can sort of tell when someone's eyes glaze over. I can tell looking at all of you right now who's paying attention, who's on their phone, who's checked out. So modulate what you're doing as you're speaking, right? Feel free to, if you're 3 slides in and you can tell the person's checked out, just stop and say, is there a particular question or something I can answer, right? Really customize and personalize this, and I think that will get you far. But I think your insight that you have realistically 5 minutes or even less to get someone's attention is a very good insight. And I would say it's especially relevant the earlier your business is, the less impressive metrics you have, et cetera. Okay, great. We have 2 minutes, so go
So
for
on
it.
the sales side, we typically teach sales teams to sell the problem that they solve. And if you use that same approach on the investor side, you're getting straight to the nub of the issue here. And if they understand it, they're hooked on it. They can see the scale, they can see the problem. And then if you can prove that you've got the traction and you've actually started to close that, better if you've bootstrapped it. If you've done it with very little money and you've got it to $1 million in ARR, then they're very interested. But sell the problem you solve, not what you do it or how you do it.
Sell the problem. I love that.
I actually think you took the words off my mouth. You can treat the investors also as a consumer, and you can apply sales and marketing techniques. And if you are catering to something that is an easy to understand pain point, that's even easier. I've had founders pitch by, for example, showing a 1-minute customer service call that is super frustrating and relatable to everyone, and showing how they could solve this major pain point for everyone. So even if it's B2B or B2C, you can always try to think about the ultimate consumer and see that the investor is an ultimate consumer, and try to solve that pain point for them as well when pitching.
Yeah, I think those are great points. Okay, we're 30 seconds left, so I think we'll end there. Thank you for making this a discussion and playing along with me. I think the most interesting part was actually hearing different people's point of view. But thanks all for tuning in. I'll stick around for a few minutes as well if anyone wants to chat more, talk about the US, talk about Europe, etc. But thanks for joining.
grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me. And there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me. And there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress.
Please welcome to the stage Edward Keelan, partner, B2B software at Octopus Ventures.
Wow, those lights are really bright. It's like that. It's like a proper, I feel like I should be doing some sort of dance at a sort of concert or something. Yeah, lovely to be here. Thanks so much. As I looked at the slide, I realized that the title was perhaps slightly problematic. It says Losing Product Market Fit with Octopus Ventures. And yeah, in hindsight, I just did the Losing Product Market Fit bit. I didn't do the Octopus Ventures bit. But yeah, no, genuinely lovely to be here. Thank you for so many people to turn up. I actually, I was told by SaaStr that it was going to be kind of like a small round table, maybe 6 to 8 people. And, then I think quite a lot of people signed up. So thank you for that. And the nature of this session is still meant to be interactive. It's still meant to be kind of like back and forth. I'm going to try and be a little bit antagonistic. So like shy of throwing things at me, please do feel free to disagree, to maybe put a different point of view up, make it slightly more interesting. So why this topic? I think product market fit is really interesting topic, but what I find is that people always talk about the start of the journey for finding product market fit. It's always about like you need to find product market fit if you're a small company. But for me, actually that's the exciting bit, and also it's the bit where you can't really do a lot of damage. You know what I mean? It's like, you might lose some of your mum and dad's money, you might spend their pension trying to figure out your new app for ice cream software or something, but ultimately you're not really going to do that much harm. The problem comes, I think, further along the line when maybe you've got product market fit, you're starting to sell things. Yeah, but now the trouble is you're getting torn in different directions, but if you mess it up now, if you lose product market fit, the risk is so much higher. Because it's not just your mum and dad's pension fund anymore, it's all the employees you've got working for you, it's people like me who have invested in your company. And so I actually think that keeping product market fit might be more important, because when you do lose product market fit, chances are then it will probably destroy your company as well. So what's on the agenda today? I should just introduce myself very quickly. So I said, Edward Keelan, I'm a partner with Octopus Ventures. We're one of the most active VCs across Europe. We're part of the Octopus Group, which is a B Corp. We're investing in the industry ideas and people that are looking to change the world for the better. My role within Octopus Ventures, I work for the coolest fund, which is, of course, the B2B software fund. It's about a $500 million fund. We're doing £2 to £10 million checks into companies that are doing at least $1 million worth of ARR. And we're doing about a deal a month. So that's us. If you are a software company looking for investment, please do look me up on LinkedIn. I'm a bit of a LinkedIn junkie, so also follow me on that. It'd be great, and I'd love to hear from you. So yeah, rough agenda. First, we're going to talk a bit about what is product market fit, make sure we're all on the same page. Then we're going to talk about how you might know you have it, but also what the pressures are on product market fit when you do have it. And then finally, what it is about product market fit and losing it that destroys you. And then I've put a couple of case studies, which are anonymous case studies, but actual real companies, that I thought we'd try and use to stimulate a bit of discussion. So like all good former MBAs, I love a 2x2 matrix. And this is one by Adam Fisher of Bessemer that I plagiarized. But I think it really sums up to me, when thinking about product market fit, what it's about. And the way that Adam talks about product market fit is he thinks about it in two ways. Because unlike a lot of things that we do within companies, product market fit is a bit like that rhinoceros, which is hard to explain, but you kind of know what it is. And it's kind of multi-dimensional, and it sort of changes over time. And the way Adam's framed it is by talking about, okay, what is the vision of what we are building, but also then how engaged are the customers within that vision. And his point is that you can actually have great vision and still not have product market fit, just in the same way as you can have deep customer engagement and still not have product market fit. We just explore this a little bit. So start off with the top left corner. I don't know which way we're looking around, isn't it? Top left, yeah, sorry. Top left corner where we've got sexy story. So for me, this is something like Google Glasses, It's like a lot of fanfare, a lot of articles. Everyone knows these. These are the entrepreneurs that win all the awards. You know, the ones that are always on stage in the best tech entrepreneur of the year and all this sort of stuff, they're the sexy story. It sounds really good, the vision is really clear, but nobody actually wants it, which is why I say a bit like Google Glasses. If we go kind of the opposite side, so we look at the revenue-centric, what does that mean? Often led by the kind of sales teams, this is where you've got customers, you're selling a lot of stuff, but actually there's no real clear vision. So you don't really have a product market fit. What you've probably got is more like a consultancy firm. So particularly within SaaS businesses, that can be a really dangerous place to be, because all of a sudden you're being dragged in different directions because you want to make sales, you want to make revenue, but because you don't really have the vision, you don't have product market fit. And then obviously you've got the self-deception, which is where you have neither the vision nor the customer engagement. That's usually where, you know, some crazy tech people have decided to develop something that nobody needs and there's no real vision to. And the hope is that you stay in product market fit, which is the top right. Okay? So I plagiarized the last slide. I didn't plagiarize this. This is my own slide. So some of this is my work. This is what I found. This is kind of talking to other VCs, talking to the companies I work with. This is what I sort of found. And apologies for my PowerPoint skills. That line is a bit overly curly. You know, when you're starting out, you're really searching for product market fit. You're searching for the customers. You're searching for the vision of what you're talking about. And things are kind of fun, and you're trying things, and it's all new, and that's exciting. And then you actually start to win customers, and the customers love your product. And you're getting into like 1, 2, 3 million pounds worth of ARR. And now VCs are super interested in you, and they want to give you loads of money, and everyone's getting really excited. But the problem is at this stage is you then have all these pressures start to come in on your product market fit. So let's explore some of those pressures. The first thing that happens, and the main one, is the original customers just loved you for who you were. You know, those first people, they just loved you because of the product you produced and the problem you solved. But now another big customer comes up, some major corporation, and says, well, we kind of like your product, but if you actually did this, 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 and this, and this, we'd love your product even more, and we're going to buy it. And you as a founder are now in this position where you've got to decide, do I go with big corporation? A quick example of this, I have a company which is a rights management company, so it looks after kind of IP management. And it's doing really well. But then all of a sudden, one of the industry-leading customers comes in and sort of says to them, if you could just build the kind of accounting part of it as well as the rights management part of it, that would be great, and we'd buy it all, and we'd spend lots of money. And for the last 3 years, we've basically wasted all of our investment on trying to build this accounting part of the rights management thing, because we saw that kind of vision of, well, maybe we could sell this to everybody, but we lost the kind of actual vision of what the company does. Opportunities in new markets. Again, everyone's excited about your company. It's going really well, and you meet somebody at a conference like SaaStr, and you sit down at your brain date table, and they say, what you should do is enter the US market. And you're a UK firm, you're like, well, we're only at like 2 million ARR, and they're like, no, you need to get into the US, you should do this. Or maybe you're in one sector and you need to go to another sector. And the opportunities are infinite, and you don't know where to go, and you don't know where to get pulled. But the problem you have here is something that Mark Randolph at Netflix coins the Canada problem. And so if you remember anything from this talk, maybe remember the Canada problem, because it kind of, I think, really illustrates what I mean by this, which is when Netflix had kind of got started, they were growing really quickly, and they had the opportunity to enter Canada, and they would have made more revenue on that. But they decided not to go into Canada, because the trouble with Canada is it had slightly different postage, there were slightly different languages, they'd need a kind of hub in Canada, et cetera, et cetera. And the problem was that was a distraction from what their actual mission was, what they were actually trying to do and where their focus was. So whenever somebody gives you an opportunity in a new market, just always remember about the Canada problem. Netflix did that time and time and time again. And then the final pressure, there are loads of pressures on product market fit, but the last one that you see is when sales start to drop. And this is the hardest one to kind of explain kind of what might happen and why losing product market fit won't solve it. It'll just kind of send you into this like spiral of destruction. This has happened a lot over the last few years. So, like everyone's just like falling over themselves making money in 2021. 2022 is a bit harder. I don't know about your companies, but my portfolio in general, like customers are sticking with us. They're sticking with the companies, but trying to find logo growth is really hard. Like companies are just not buying new technology. And the problem you've got is that the risk is you go, oh my gosh, there's something wrong with our sales team. Is there? So you change the sales team. You change the sales team once. You change the sales team twice. It must be a product problem. And now you start to completely Frankenstein your product. It goes all over the place. The kind of your original vision that was actually led you to where you are has completely now got lost because you're trying to make umpteen different changes to what your product does. I think what I would like to, there's some sort of caveat here as well that I'd like to make when explaining this, which is, I was listening to a podcast with Jason Lemkin, and he was talking about how companies like must find new markets. They must keep finding new markets and new products in order to expand. But he was saying, I think the stat that he used was that, once you've got to sort of 10% market saturation, you should then try and find a new product. You should then try and find a new market. He's talking about the likes of HubSpot. Like if you're at 2 million, 3 million ARR, that is not the time to try and find a new market, to try and find a new sector. When I talk to my companies, I often say, like, please don't think about the US until you're at least at sort of 7, 8 million sterling in the UK of ARR. Because if you can't get to 7 million pounds worth of sterling in the UK, you're not going to get to 700 million pounds of dollars in the US, And also, when you go over to the US, it's going to become a complete distraction. You're going to suffer from the Canada problem. I feel really bad for Canada now. I mean, Canada doesn't have a problem. I'm just saying the Netflix version of the Canada problem. Okay, this isn't going to be all me speaking, I promise. So what does product market fit destroy? And I'm a little bit obsessed with this acronym, which is the MOST acronym, because I think this is what it destroys first. This is the first thing that losing product market fit destroys, which is the tactics start controlling the mission rather than the other way around. You set the mission of the business, you then set the objectives of the business, you create a strategy, and then you have the tactics. If you do it the other way around, then you destroy the mission because nobody actually knows what you stand for. And I talked to another VC, and they asked me to kind of explain what I meant a bit further. This is an amazing VC based out of Australia called Tribe. I don't know if anyone listens to their podcast, but Tribe Global VC, they do a great podcast. I would say that because I've been on it. But what they do is they help Australian companies to enter the US and UK markets. That is what their mission is. And I was saying to them, well, if somebody came to you and said, here's a £500,000 check to go and enter China, would you do it? And they were like, well, £500,000 is quite a lot of money, so probably. But the point being that as soon as you do that, what are you saying to your customers? What are you saying to the people out there? Are you now that mission that you set out to be, which was to take Australia companies to the UK and US? Or are you now doing it more global? What happens to all those people that were focused on the UK and US? And it just destroys it. You have to set it from the top down. The next thing it destroys is communication. This is one that becomes really difficult because what tends to happen is that you find that the sales team end up leading all the communication because that is where all these customer requirements are coming from. So you get all these customers feeding in, and I've got a good example of this where I've got one company that does athlete data, and we've won some really big leagues, and it's fantastic. We've got such good logos. But what we're finding is that the logos are now kind of controlling what we're doing with the tech and the tech development. And you talk to the tech teams, and they're like, well, I'm not really sure where we're headed. I'm not really sure where our product is headed. I just kind of wait for the sales team to tell me what to build. And you think, wow, that is not the right way to be building down your tech. And so communication then becomes really difficult across all of those different parties, and it comes from the wrong place. And the final thing that it kills is gross margin. So again, trying to explain this by example, I've got a company which is in the healthcare space. It's doing healthcare tech, and it works with hospitals. And to start with, they had like one platform, everybody used that platform, gross margins of 80%, all good. And then one hospital turns around and says, well, actually, it'd be really great if you could just kind of add this widget and make our platform slightly different to the last platform. And they went with it. And then they did that again and again and again and again. And before they knew it, they had this Frankenstein technology of 5 different types of platform. They have a whole customer service team just purely to make small changes to basically to each person's platform. It's uncontrollable. And then gross margin goes down. And why do we, as SaaS investors, love SaaS? Well, 1, because it repeats, and 2, because the gross margin is really high, which makes it scalable. If you destroy your gross margin, you destroy the value within your business as well. One thing I did want to say, like the danger with talking like this is it's suggesting that I'm not suggesting that you're not talking to your customers and you're not getting the requirements of your customers and feeding them in. And this presentation is far too short for me to kind of go into the depth of the process by which the communication loop should work. But for me, you need to have a really strong product team that are taking those customer sort of questions and the information from the customers and let them feed down those product changes and those product opportunities rather than have forces outside of the product team that then control that. Or if it's an even smaller company, then that's the role of the founder or the CEO that should be doing that. Cool. That's my 15 minutes of talking, so I thought I'd do these 2 case studies, and hopefully people feel free to say that they disagree or that they've got a thought on this. So this is a company that has got $3.5 million worth of ARR SaaS business, predominantly based in the US. Average contract values of around $50,000. A large Swiss bank, I won't say who, but there is only one. A large Swiss bank, it's always banks. I don't know if anyone else find this. People like to say banks are really hard to sell to. Like, banks are really easy to sell to. They're really easy to sell proof of concepts to. Like, the amount of software companies that I've seen, they've got banks as logos, and then you go in and you find, like, yeah, it's one department that's doing a proof of concept. But because they've got so much money in a bank, they can pay pretty large amounts. Anyway, so a Swiss bank comes in, £500,000, we're going to pay 250 now, 250 later. I mean, this is like more than 10% of their entire revenues for the year. This is incredible. All they need is 2 bespoke modules to add on, and also, obviously, because it's in Switzerland, they need a kind of its own instance as well. So, there's going to be its own instance on an AWS server in Switzerland. Now, I know what everyone's going to say is like, we need more information. There's not enough here, but I've only got 15 minutes, so you're just going to have to deal with it. So you'll just have to deal with the information I've given you. You can ask a question or 2. Who would take it? Would anybody take it? Chap in the middle, why would you take it? And what's your thought process on why you would take it? Oh.
I'll take it, but with a partner. With a partner, I would outsource the piece of work.
Okay, so with a partner?
Yeah, with a technology partner.
Who manages the partner?
I have a partner manager in my company, so.
Okay, anybody else?
I would scale the company. It would be a good way to scale the company with partners.
Yeah. You know what? I was thinking of being confrontational then, but that is definitely something that I've seen work much better. It's like, if you are going to go down this route, and if you are going to do that, like, if you can kind of use a partner to do that implementation and to do the tech development and all the rest of it, and just kind of hold it in there, such that you don't then need to go from like 30 heads up to 70 heads, and then when it all fails back down to 30 heads and lose the entire culture of your company, then that is actually that is the way to do it. If you decide to do it at all, then that I would agree with a big way to it. Who wouldn't do it? Chap in the front, sorry, as fastest hands first. I'm thinking about why.
I treat it as an outlier. If we got an average contract value and this is way beyond it, then first of all, it's a complete outlier. If it was easy to deliver, yeah, I'd take it. But when you want 2 bespoke modules and a new instance of AWS spun up, now my engineering team or product team are going to be distracted doing that, and there is a roadmap here that I'm hoping they're going to deliver. So unless there's a partner strategy, I would probably treat it as an outlier, investigate it deeply, and then rule it out, unless it was going to happen really quickly and I had someone to work with.
Yeah. It's a really, I think that's that feels like the right answer. But sorry, yep.
Yeah, I think it depends on the structure of a company. And our company is structured with low cost as strategy. And that means that we have people in India, Philippines, Vietnam, and we can take on things like that and make it work.
Yeah, I think that's good. If you've got the ability internally to actually scale up low-cost units to be able to deliver it, almost like the partner strategy, but doing it more internally because your people are low cost, then that makes sense. It's a funny one, really, because I sort of feel like if one of my founders came to me and said, "Hey, Ed, we got a £250,000 ARR bump from a Swiss bank, but we've decided not to take it," I'd probably throw the board table at them. So, there's part of me that says, don't do it. Of course you don't do it. You're going to destroy product market fit. But there's also part of me that, as an investor, it's like I'd be screaming at them to take it. And I think that's the thing, is to keep product market fit, you need to be so brave. There is such bravery in deciding to turn away sort of those sorts of money. And I like what you're saying about the ACVs, because the other thing is product market fit goes hand in hand with go-to-market fit. And something that we quite often see is where B to small b, so maybe your ACVs of £1,000 or something like that. So it's like B to small b, all of a sudden they win a £10,000 ACV contract or a 20,000 ACV contract, and they're like, shit, we're enterprise. And so what they do is they go, what we're going to do is we're going to turn off our B to small b, we'll just let all that churn, and we can prove enterprise now. But it doesn't happen, because enterprise is completely different. It's different culture, different sales teams, different way of selling, and it becomes really hard. So it's not just product market fit you can destroy, it's go-to-market fit, because you change your ICP. Oh, sorry, somebody else want to have a question before I go on to my next? Oh, no, I don't know.
Sorry, hi. So I just wanted to add that I would also take into account the amount of work that is required to incorporate those bespoke models and the AWS instance, because how big is the impact on the roadmap, right? Because you mentioned that it would distract your team, but if it distracts your team for a short enough amount of time that you can still deliver on your roadmap, then I would definitely still consider taking the deal.
Yeah, there's not enough information, for sure. I did caveat myself. I'll tell you what actually happened. Why don't I tell you what happened? So in this case, this company did take it, and actually the way in which it was done, we moved the implementation more into ARR. It went from a 6-month project to a 2-year project, completely got further and further and further out. And the month in which we'd managed to get the AWS instance to work, and we'd got the platform ready for the bank and all the modules, they just canned it. Just got a call, and they just said, thank you very much, but we have actually decided to go in a different, they were, this really gives it away, so this isn't being filmed, is it? Is it? Okay, sure. Yeah, they merged with another bank, but I can't tell you who it was. And, that just blew everything up, and they just went, no, sorry. And, we didn't do what the gentleman in the middle correctly suggested. We had a tech team doing nothing else. We had 4 or 5 people dedicated purely to this project. So yeah, that was painful. Was it the right thing to do? Who knows? Very quickly on this one. So this is a UK. Oh yeah.
Sorry, just a
I can't really see because of these Taylor Swift-like lights.
It's a general question, not related to the case studies, but once you figure out you've lost your product market fit, for example, you went to the States and you see it's not working, or you're building a module on your platform that you don't need, what decision do you take afterwards? Do you pull back? Do you continue this path? How do you correct the mistake you've made?
Well, eventually you've got to rearrange the chairs, don't you? Has anyone read The Hard Thing About Hard Things by, yeah? My talk last year that I did, I majorly promoted it. So hopefully everyone that was there last time read it. But Ben Horowitz talks about this when he took LoudCloud and he realized that he'd lost product market fit effectively. It was too much hardware, the sales weren't coming through. And he just shut LoudCloud down and built Opsware instead using the technology. And I've got situations where you have to close all the offices and you have to start again. And maybe you need to accept lower growth for a year. Maybe you have to accept that actually you go backwards for a little bit, that you're going to lose customers, because you need something that will scale. The reason why we love SaaS is it's scalable. As soon as you kill the scalability of your company, which is what happens when you get to 2 to 3 million ARR, you've lost it. You've lost what makes you special. So unfortunately, yeah, you have to do a reset, just like, you know, Horowitz did with Loud Cloud to Opswell. So yeah, this one, didn't know why it was. There were poor sales, but you know, did the classic thing. We, you know, rotated the CRO 3 or 4 times, trying to see if that made a difference. It never does, by the way. And then CRO comes in and says, okay, well, different sector, slightly different geography. We were in the US, it's not quite true, but like different sector. And they're going to pay 100,000 to do it, which is quite a lot. The ACV was actually quite small on these contracts, sort of 20,000. So, anyone any thoughts? Or, I mean, just in general, use both case studies. Gentleman at the back.
I think if we go back to your MOST acronym, what's the mission? And this doesn't sound like a mission, this sounds like a favor. And it's desperado, it feels like, to take this opportunity.
It's 5 times your average contract value, though.
It's still, is that my mission?
You've not sold anything for 2 quarters.
We got to go back to then reinventing who we are, because then the mission's way off if I'm taking a favor from my CRO and across the pond, right?
Okay, anyone disagree? So I think that chap there hasn't spoken. Sorry, I can't. Oh, this.
Hi. So I think it could be an interesting way to look at it, right? Because first of all, the ACV is much higher than what you used to do, and so that means there is a completely different customer profile that you will be targeting. On the other hand, you are not generating much of revenues over the past 2 quarters, so maybe the problem is you have lost your PMF there, and then maybe this will be an opportunity to basically move into another customer segment, but that obviously has a lot of risk. So what I would do, I would probably do the customer advisory board and do like a really good research to understand, is this like one-off that is coming my way, or is it something that I can actually build on and reposition the company and reinvigorate the growth? Thanks.
Do you know, I think that's a good answer, because I don't think it's easy as saying no for the mission. I want to say that. That's what I want to say. But the truth is, when the sales are down, you've probably already you've lost something. Even if you're not losing customers, you've lost the sales momentum. So you're going to have to do something, and you probably want to investigate it, and you want to go a bit further. But I think the point that I would make is that you want to be really, really deliberate about it. That's where the problems come, is when you're not deliberate about it, when you're not sure you're doing the strategy because the strategy has turned up. You know, for me, this isn't mission or objectives. This is just like opportunistically something that goes against your mission has turned up. That is the wrong reason to do it. But it might be the right thing to investigate it to see if you want to change your mission, if you want to change the platform. I'll just ask, we've got like 2 minutes, so I'll just, general questions. Somebody at the front there was, I think. Or comments on these, or just general questions, just given that we've only got a couple of minutes.
Yeah, maybe just a quick comment on this one. I've seen this happening. The company was actually saved by licensing, and as long as this is not like exclusive license and maybe not your strategic market, and you're actually not getting rid of anything that valuable, I think it's worthwhile if it saves your business. So yeah, that's my point.
Potentially, yeah. Sometimes you have to scrap. So do you want to make a comment at the front?
I was just going to make a comment on what I might be tempted to do.
Okay.
I mean, I think in this situation, you know, having a license paid for up front doesn't really tell you whether you're going to get the investigation opportunity that you probably need to see whether this might be the direction that you're trying to move in going forward. So I might negotiate, honestly, for like a smaller upfront payment, but have them contractually agree to like do check-ins, let us understand what's going on, why is this working, why did they want it, what do we need to learn from it. Yeah. Otherwise, it just seems like a...
I think so. I just think, I'm just going to move on quickly just to summarize on this, because I think the point is, unless you're desperate, your chap at the back is desperate. Am I going to be sniped if I overrun?
Thank you very much. No, I really appreciate the case studies, and I think it was alluded to in some of the comments, but one of the challenges in going from small biz to enterprise is the cost of acquisition, and that your sales cycle suddenly expands from 9 months, 6 to 9 months, if you're lucky, to 12 to 18 to 24 to 36 months, and 36 will kill you every day. And that's, I think, what people don't quite understand in making that shift. And the CAC is directly related to CAC payback period, and can you fund it of like, can we reach this nirvana where we're selling to 10 US enterprise engineering firms at this price point? Because if you can, that's freaking amazing. But what's the CAC payback period? And I think the final thing, which is not in these case studies, but is around usage and active customers. And I think one of the, specifically connected with product market fit, I think you can see in your current product usage data if you have lost that product market fit before you get to the churn period and before you start losing those customers. And so since I think there's quite a few finance people in here, I would like to suggest a new financial metric, which is CAC, which is cost of acquisition for active customers. And that if you sign that Swiss bank, but they're not active, that is not actually cost of acquisition. That's cost of a churn risk from day one.
Interestingly, with both these customers, neither of them were actually churning. Neither of these companies were churning customers at all. There was like, the lights are flashing at me, which I assume means that the sniper is about to come down and shoot me. Just on the last point, I think with both these case studies, communication, the people becomes so important. That is the bit that often forgets. If you all of a sudden, have this different sector in manufacturing over here and you're a healthcare app, what does that say to your people about the communication? How do you communicate that? And I'll leave you with the kind of 3 takeaways, which for some reason are 1, 3, and 4, even though there's only 3 of them. I might have put these together in a bit of a rush. Yeah, somebody said something to me, which yesterday, we just invested in a company called Definely, amazing legal tech company called Definely. One of the founders is become a good friend of mine, Fergus, and he's like this blind Irish guy who's like everything you can imagine from, my dad's Irish, I'm allowed to say this, but he's like stereotypical philosophical Irish person. And he said, and we were talking about this, and he said to me, he was like, it's a stupid person who, or I'm paraphrasing slightly, but it's a stupid person who thinks that they have all the answers. It's a coward who always takes the money, and it's a wise person who listens and then makes decisions. And I think that kind of goes from like product market fit as well for me, is like we do have to adapt, you do have to change your product, but the important thing is not to necessarily change the money or be dogmatic, but it's to really listen and be very, very deliberate when you do take different directions. Thank you.
arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't